Okay, hello there. I just realized I've got to turn some lights on and hadn't done so. So give me a sec here. That's a bit better. And one more on the other side of the room. Okay, back more or less and a little bit better lit, not much. Um, I will, as always, start with an ad break because that means that people that show up don't end up having to have a pre-roll for the next half hour or whatever. So here goes an ad. If you're already subscribed, it won't matter. Okay. So once again, I am leveling up his nibs Arnorius here. I need a farmer. Necro's the best farmer. So away we go. And okay, we got 1 minute running on that. It's a little dull as far as coverage is concerned, I know, but really I don't spend any time um, playing outside of streaming, really. So I don't. I did for a little bit this afternoon play, but then I haven't really since then. Um, I kind of screwed up this afternoon too. I went and earned a pile of, well, whatever drop it was that the mobs I was hunting gave me. Wow, it's busy here. Here's a second person. Um, and then I casually, without thinking about it, sold the stuff out of my bags and sold all the stuff that I could have gotten rewards for. So I could actually be level 40 something now, but I screwed up. It's okay, it didn't take all that long to get more of them. And the point is farming anyway, so I should get used to this. Don't need the map. I really don't know what to think about Necromancer because I've only barely scraped the surface of it, right? Killing some mobs, getting some points, that's it. And it's pretty frickin' repetitive. There, giant lizard sinews. That's what I lost. I lost 12 of those. And they're pretty good experience. Didn't get 3 in there. Major difference having cleric buffs. Last time I had a cleric helping me out. Well, and a minstrel. Oh, I have a page up here that I don't need in my way. There we go. Okay. More lizard death. Can I get 2 of them in there? I can. I would say half the battle with this class is power management. And I'm not doing great at that, but not bad. Oh man. Did something to my shoulder. It's quicker, definitely. Do like the way you can just pull completely steady without really having to worry about power if you do it right. As long as you don't get resisted too many times. And you can play one-handed. Hello, how you doing? Yes, it's the lizard death machine again. Should aggro that clergyman in a second. Unless I'm just outside of range. Maybe. Huh. Okay. How you doing tonight, Crispy? Let's see if we can salvage some of this crap, since that was part of the point. Salvage, not craft, salvage. I am 39.6 right now. So almost 40. And I have 30, almost, now I have 3,800 Phoenix eggs to turn in too. Yeah, not bad. Well, see, I don't have to stop fighting. Period. I mean, I occasionally do so I can salvage things, but that's about it. That helps a lot. Plus, the giant lizard sinews make a big difference. I've only got 5 of them right now, but, you know, they'll add up. You should try a Necro if you haven't played a Necro. I mean, you really can't get much more predictable than this, but sure. Yeah, seems like it. I mean, I'm not even vaguely paying attention to template or anything like that, but I don't anticipate having many problems unless I get stupidly ambitious. Now, I didn't look to see what was... Oh, well, we'll do you, Sled Dog. I didn't look to see what was giving a bonus today. I should be checking that, I suppose. Okay, let us do some salvage here. I did go and level up my salvage, like my crafting stats there to let me salvage better. Haven't come across anything I can't salvage yet. That's a good start. Back. Stop running, lizard. So when I get 6 of those lizard sinews, actually, I should check those for level. I think they're good till 42. Nope, good till 40. So I don't want to level all the way. I want to get 10 of those, say, and call it done after that and go look for something else. I did do a stupid thing earlier. I had 10 of these giant lizard sinews that I could turn in, and I stupidly went and sold, and I sold them all, which is like losing 2/3 of a level. Which is stupid. Ah, there you are, Taco. Ah, yes. The old kite. And scratch one lizard. Yeah, so I'm at 8 now. I am tacoless. What happened there? Sure. Let me finish this fight because I just started it. Um, I will be, but I don't know where, and not quite yet. Oh, there you are. There we go. Well, that makes it quick, doesn't it? Oh, we pulled it cross purposes here. Man, you do good damage. Okay, I got to keep an eye on how many of those I have. 8. Okay, rest for a sec after this one. Okay, I'm gonna salvage some crap here. Do wish I could salvage bracers and things like that. We'll keep that. Keep that. Okay. One more of these giant lizard sinews, and I'm going to go turn them in. I can't heal, can it? No, it's on my pet. Right. Hey, Strength, how you doing? I am streaming it tonight. Do you not see it? Oh. Boom. Got too focused on what I was doing. Okay, well, I'm going to go turn stuff in. Yeah, I forgot to hit the button there. There. Okay. I have 10 of these giant lizard sinews, which have to go to Cornwall Station. Straight over. How you doing tonight, Strength? Welcome back. No, we do not want to wander through the giants. We want to go on the far side of them. Oh, okay. Right. Well, hopefully that's all going okay. Yeah, that should be over the hill and then down to the right. And not eaten by giant ants, one hopes. I sure wish Minstrel was a speed class. That'd be handy. Or if there was a speed potion, that would be handy too. So where did they say? Did they say Cornwall Station? Cornwall Station. Okay, that's not inconvenient. Really? Yep, sure. That reminds me, I got to turn those in too. I should have a good chunk of those. 4,553. Yeah, nothing. I tried handing him a weapon. Your greater necro servant is not interested in that. You know, hoping beyond hope. Beyond. Oh. Tag, you're it, Gabrielle. Okay, this time I am not selling. I'm going to leave that out of the way so there's a gap. And I'm going to go turn my stuff in first, then sell. Uh-huh. Painfully slow. Luckily, there's a horse here, right? Avalon Marsh. Gonna need more coffee. All right, the servant doesn't come with the horse properly. Now I've forgotten who I'm turning this into. Oh, Halen, just inside the door. Hello, hello, PNA. How you doing? Halen, have these. And that puts me just a hair short. Wouldn't you know it? Did I have any more of those? Did I pick up an extra? I did not. Okay. Well, now I need a trainer. And I don't have one here. But if I port back, I can then teleport back to... Yeah, okay. I can teleport back to Yarley's farm. No, I'm not even 40 yet. I'm a hair short of 40. Okay. Trainer. That is not the trainer. Where's the damn trainer? Over there. I was turned around 180 degrees. This will make me 40 anyway, I expect. Enough of the things. Boom. 40 and 1. And then one, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13. I'll do one more even though it's not efficient. There, that gives me 4 bubbles from that. And we can train and not spend points on anything because I want to go straight up in Death Sight. I don't know what secondary I want, and I can only go to 40. That's right. Cyclops and New Frontier drop expected items. For what level? 10 of those lizard things got me 6 bubbles. Something like that. Quite a bit. And then I had a pile of EXP items. Okay. And then I had a pile of task completion tokens I could turn in and a whole raft of other things. I'm now 40.4. Okay, so where is the Cyclops in New Frontier? Oh, I can't look at New Frontiers from here. Snowdonia. Okay. That's right up there or something, isn't it? Or down here? I can't remember. It doesn't matter. I'm teleporting there anyway. Okay, so I'm not coming back south, Crispy. I'm going to the frontier. To Snowdonia. Boom. 1 Snowdonia later. Necro. Southeast of the closest keep. Oh, I'm not done. That interrupted it, did it? Yeah, it did. Yeah. I'll look in just a sec. Oh yeah, I gotta sell still. I am not selling via the pouch method. I screwed myself earlier with that. Okay. Well, we're started off leveling this guy. I was 2 plat and change. Now I'm 3 plat and a third. Okay. No, that will take me to the frontier, won't it? Whereas, sure, if I run out, I can still see the map, right? I had it open. So you said southeast of the closest keep, which would be Surbury, and southeast to be down there. So I need to just run to the right and head up that way. Head northwest. or not. And then you would think a Cyclops would be easy to see. So I won't worry about the map per se. Until I need it. What are you? Aronite assassins. Not what I'm looking for. Maybe they're up there. I think I've seen these things before. There we go. Ooh. A little necro fuel. No, it's that I don't have very much coffee in the coffee mug. I gotta go make more. Can we reach from here? We cannot. How you doing? I'm doing fine, Gumman. Tony, how you doing? Okay, bloody Cyclops eyes. Sure. I can collect those. Oh, yeah. It is the pet that casts those buffs on themselves. That's kind of unusual. Yes. Oh, this thing here. Oh, yeah, sure. Oh, hello, Jazzy Chef. I don't know if you've been here before. Welcome to the channel. I am Pure Death Sight. I am level 40 and Pure Death Sight. Ah, okay. Well, thanks for dropping by. Oh, cool. Okay. That's good to know. I basically need a farmer, so I figured it was time to level up a Necro, because they are supposed to be absolutely the best for it. And so far, I gotta say, I'm sure there's a lot more to it when you're RVRing as one, but just for PvE, it's pretty push button. And really pretty quick to level since you don't have to stop fighting. I actually have like 5, 6. This will be my 7th character when I at 50 when I get him to 50. So I'm playing a variety of characters these days across all 3 realms. Salvage some of this crap. Can't salvage willing. There we go. There. Oh, there's enough of these things. That's awesome. Keep you busy for a while. Oh, what range are these things? These are 40 to 46. Perfect. What spec are you? I presume your main one must be RVRing then. What's your spec for your RVR one? Oh, cool. Yeah. Yeah, I got to figure out where I should start putting my secondary points, I guess. Servant 20? Yeah. Okay. I'll take a look at Servant. Yeah. Okay, well, a dex quick buff never hurt, ever. I don't know. There seemed to be some differencing about that. But maybe Jazzy Chef can tell me about that. I would be happy if it didn't take much to template. Uh-huh. I have these guys. Plus a 50 minstrel, and shortly a 50 necro. People were saying that's going to look like the All in the Family, or oh, what's it called? Not All in the Family, but the Brady Bunch. But is a template for a necro here require all the resists and everything, or just maxing out the stats? Yeah, Brady Bunch. A show I hated as a teenager. Okay. They're really not that different than... Oh, I hate all of the old sitcoms, to be honest, with the exception of MASH, which was corny at times too. Well, that didn't work. I wasn't paying attention. This isn't going to go well. Sprint, because if I run away, my pet will disappear. And then I don't know if I can get back into controlled mode without power. Probably not. I haven't actually had to run away yet. It's kind of amazing. Pain working. Yeah, and I need to get a sit. This is when the stealther will come around. I am in Snowdonia. Here's the map. I'm right here. I'm hunting along this ridge here, just north of Snowdonia Fortress. Or I will be when I have power again and I stop not paying attention to it. PBAOE dot. Oh, great. Yeah, I haven't even looked at the alternatives. I wanted to figure out the one and get complacent with that, and then take it after that and see what the other specs look like. And I suppose I could do that at like 45 or something. Okay, let's become a necro again instead of somebody in a Rog Clown outfit. Yeah, I like this. I like this whole never running out of mana thing, and mostly I don't. That's like the second time I've done that, because I start chatting and I don't look at what I'm doing, basically. Get out of the trees and let me see where it is. Yeah, right up there. So I get 5 bloody Cyclops eyes, and they get turned in Camelot. Okay. That's not too bad. Oh, can we salvage that? We can. Good. I got to keep that in mind. I can't move me when I'm casting anything that's caster based. Oh, I got a few other people out there. Hello, folks. Yes, Chloe. Oh, hey.
Jazzy Chef is now a follower.
Thank you for the follow. Greatly appreciated. I'm on every Tuesday, Wednesday, or it's Tuesday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday. Sorry. I like these pulling spots with well-spaced mobs that don't aggro each other and or don't aggro you when you pull one, and not like in Midgard where it would be some cramped little valley with 3 of these things on top of each other. Half the time anyway. Oh, he's a named. Even better. Sure. Oh, for a named. Oh, speedy. Oh, I can just disassemble that. Eventually, I can just disassemble that. There we go. Cat wants something. Oh, that didn't work. Yeah, I gotta really gotta say this is a nice, relaxing but quick level. I'm sure there's all sorts of tricks I need to know, but this is pretty forgiving if you screw up, which is nice. Oh, got another thing to scrap. Yes, I know. But it's pretty dependent on how buffed up you are. When I had a cleric helping me the other day, I could get 3 or 4 off pretty comfortably. Here I can get 2. So and then the resists don't help. Ooh, I need to get concentration. Not that I exactly have very much realm rank, I gotta say. No. What are we at? 1,332 realm points. I am 1L5. Okay, what is the utility on that? Not as good. Not as good. We could salvage those. Wow, okay. So points into MOC, eh? All these people talking about lag. I'm not noticing any lag at all. Oh, how many of those? 8. We'll go to 10. Oh, can you salvage a belt? Well, when you haven't been in combat for 15 seconds, can you salvage a belt? No, can't salvage a belt. Okay. Maybe better than the belt I have anyway. Oh, okay. Yeah, I saw somebody talking about a macro for salvaging an entire pouch. That's kind of cool. I went and leveled my armor crafting up to 450, and I seem to be able to salvage everything so far. If I find stuff I can't salvage when I get higher level, then I'll go and up it some more. Right. When I get to 50, I'll be putting those in. Short of that, I'm afraid I'll do something to the items that are EXP rewards, like accidentally sell them, which I did earlier when I was at 39. You're not hearing game audio? Just a sec. I thought I'd fixed that. Just a second. Okay. Tell me if you can hear this when I pull. That should be coming through, yeah. I thought I'd fix that. Whenever I start up the game and start streaming, I have to go into Windows Audio and remind it that it's set to something that I use through OBS, or it won't do it. And it doesn't remember it. I'm really kind of cheesed at Microsoft over that. Be really handy if it did. But thank you for confirming it. Sorry I didn't look at the audio meter and see. I thought I had. Turn that down. It's because I've got... There. Maybe that'll help. I don't want to yell, but I got tired of having this boom mic in my face, too. I can put it back on that. Figured out what you meant. Is that belt any good? Yeah, probably better than what I'm wearing. What was I wearing? 23, yep. And can't use a mangosh. That's instant. It shouldn't matter. Oh, looks like we've gotten to the second stack of these. Good. Resisted a lot. Hello, Taco. Cast that on them. Yeah. would let me get the aggro there, Taco. I'm running out of power again. I'm going to need to sit and rest for a second. Okay, I'm going to sit for a second, go throw some more water on the kettle. I'll be back in just a sec. Okay, there's at least coffee dripping in the pot right now. I'll have to grab it in a minute, but back to do more of this. Now, I have 12 of these, but Taco just got here, so I will wait and get more of them. And then go turn them in for whatever they're worth. I've got more than 3 bubbles for our level anyway. Oh, we lost somebody. I don't blame them. This is PvE at its finest, which is to say, if you pick any 30-second slot of this, it's going to look pretty similar. Unfortunately. Could be good for your experience, though, Taco, eh? Hopefully. Good. I have no idea. I wasn't looking, to be honest. I seem to be doing all right. And it's really the drops that make the biggest difference. And they're every 2 minutes, so just a matter of spending time pulling stuff and then turning in the drops, which is going to make the biggest difference. Couple misses there, which didn't help. There. Okay. Now I am going to be AFK a second while I grab my coffee, because it should have dripped by now. There, back. I'm really doing this all wrong. Oh, I have a round. Doing it all wrong in that I often don't sleep well at night because I drink coffee all day. And if I don't drink the coffee, then it's likely to fall asleep right in the middle of one of these broadcasts some nights, which would be suboptimal, shall we say. That didn't work too well. How's your health? Oh, you're low on power. Here. That helps your power a bit. That spell reminds me of playing my Spirit Master when I had the health transfer, which early on nobody knew anything about, because nobody played in a group with a Spirit Master for the most part. So it was funny as all hell when somebody's tanking and they're like, "Who is healing me? We don't have a healer or a shaman. Who is healing me?" Like, well, it was me. Life tap, health transfer, life tap, health transfer. Oops. And these respawn quick. Mind you, they're really quickly killed too when you've got a wizard prodding them with the big attacks there. That really is good. Difficult to keep track of your partner there when you're also trying to track what's dropping in your inventory. What we got now? Other than a wizard with no power. I too will sit. That pouch, right. Oh yeah, right, we just drag it. So we have what that we can salvage while we're here. Can't salvage jewelry, right? No. Okay. 2 pouches worth. That's not that bad. At least my guy can hold aggro if I get a hit or two in first before the wizard dots. Yeah, if I was to buy myself a power pot, cover my shortcomings when I screw up here, that would be kind of a good safeguard, I think. Or in cases like this, I'll go throw my power because of an ad. Yeah, oh, how many of those have I got now? It'd be 15. 15. Okay. So the first 10 of those is going to be worth the most. And I'm almost leveled here, so they should be enough to put me over 41.5 with the 15 of them there, I would think. But after that, it's going to start to diminish a bit. I think I should go turn them in sometime soon, though. I have a feeling this is going to be one of those classes where I do want to try all 3 specs. Obviously, Death Sight works quite effectively. Well, I suppose I should heal the poor guy. It's not much of a heal. Oh, it's a hot, right. No point doing it twice. Right. There, if I sit and you sit, we can both be past the halfway mark, so it should be quicker to get the power back, right? In theory. No? Was it linear here or something? Because it used to be that way on live, right? You got below half, you took forever to get the first half, and then it sped up after that. Didn't do that here? I'll have to look next time I drain all my power. Oh, okay. That's really favoring casters then. Well, yeah, sure. But the fact that a caster had to manage their power balance too, well, maybe they're not as much fun to people, was part of the fact that casters were so powerful. Oh, this one right there. But yeah, I guess they've eliminated a lot of the things that made classes more difficult. I have no idea that there was one, probably then. Oh. Okay. I don't want to go too much further out of level 40 or dumping these things because I think they're going to be worth less at 41 than they are at 40. So I think I'm going to run back to town and trade this stuff in. So what I'll do is fight these across the ridge here and then head back down to Snowdonia. If that makes any sense. As far as I know, yeah. These things, I think, give off a set amount, but I'm not sure how it's calculated. So if I go from 40 to 41, I think I get the 40 value. And then at 41, like the second stack of 6 that I have here, I'm going to get the 41 value and they will be reduced. And when I level up to 42, then I'll get less for each of these. And I'll end up doing like 3 stacks of 10 to get a level, etc. I think that's the way it's been working anyway. It's kind of hard to tell. But it's not like a percentage value. It's X number of thousand, but the amount you need for, or million or whatever, the amount you need to level up. Yeah. Okay. But because I'm leveling up. No, you just need to make sure you hand in before the maximum level, but that's like 44 or 45 or something. 46. But I like to hand them in and get the levels. It makes me feel like I got something out of it. Plus, then I can sell. Because I have... Oh, well, I have 2 full pouches. It's not that much. I'll be back in a few there, Taco. That's confusing. I got to remember to call you Crispy, even though your character's name is Taco. Because if I call you Taco, I'm going to get you confused with Takatoons when Takatoons shows up. Oh, danger, danger. My wife is playing some City of Heroes on her computer. And since I can't stream that, I decided I wouldn't play it, but it's tempting. Such a good game. Now I have to teleport in here, don't I? Your Eldritch is Crispy. Well, I do play Hibside sometimes, so that could happen too. Where was I going to turn these things in? I just realized I'm brain dead here. Camelot. Right, so I can go straight to Camelot and try and find Brother something or other. Don't know how that helps. I better look the name up. Brother Salvar. I'm gonna guess I'll find him at the church, but who knows? Why didn't I get speed? Because I am inordinately thick. I hate finding these NPCs because sometimes it's very obvious. Often it's not. And it's great when you know who they are and where they are. But until then, Defenders of Albion. Oh, okay. Yep, gotcha. Thank you. And thank you for knowing. Maybe I'll grab speed as I run by. Hey. Thank you. Okay, so up until level 46, I can hunt those things and go see Halvar wherever he is in here. I'm gonna bet I have to go upstairs. Armsman trainer. The room there. But of course not. Okay. This dude. Okay, so I am at 40.9, and that got me 3 bubbles. And the next 6 are going to get me 2 bubbles. So 3 bubbles of, or 3 eyes per bubble, basically. Oh, good question. Yes, sure. Tons of it. And 27 gold. The problem is that at level 41, the it's going to take, sure, so each one of those is 755 million, call it, rounded up. But at level 41, instead of getting whatever I get for 750, I'm going to need to get 1220 or something like that. It goes up the amount that I need to get a bubble. So I think you get more benefit out of jumping into 41 than you do of reaching 41 and then going bit by bit after that. That's all. Hello, boss. How you doing? I want to sell. And I've been crafting lately, so I'll sell to this later because that's who I sold to. How's it going today, boss? Oh yeah, see, this is adding up, actually. I should probably be wearing some of this crap, mind you, but... I don't think there's any EXP items. But TNA would know better than I would. Can you? Oh, I see. Can you buy them off the market? Sure, yeah. I could see that. Okay, what am I doing? I am now going back to the frontier, so back to Snowdonia. Snowdonia. Running through the gate. Right. I'm sure, boss. That's extreme. I mean, I know people do more, but and 9 hours is nothing to sneeze at. The most I've done is 5, and I found that really tiring. 5.5, something like that. Um, and then I feel it the next day and the next day. So I don't do those anymore. Plus, I'm uploading these things to YouTube, and not very many people watch them, I admit. But yeah, I aim for 3 to 4, mostly 4 usually. Not very many people watch them when I upload them, but someday they may, who knows. And when they're 5 hours long, I can see most people going, yeah, I'll give that a pass, right? What I need to do is take the good ones and edit them down to something interesting, if that's possible, and just post those. I gotta get in the habit of dropping stream markers on interesting bits so I can find them again later. It's like when I'm out on the Infiltrator, if I have a fight, I should be hitting the stream marker button on every fight. And then I can find it again in the video if I want to compile it all together or something. I don't know. Don't need that map. Made the mistake of exercising my shoulders the other day. And I guess I overdid it. I didn't think I'd done anything strenuous. Yeah, sure. You set up a YouTube channel, you link it inside of Twitch on the Twitch website, and then when you're done, you can just right-click and say export and indicate YouTube, and it'll upload it to YouTube. And that way, if you're saving them all, you don't have to worry about saving them locally because you'll have them on YouTube servers, and they have better uptime than my personal computer ever will. Oh, I think I want to be a Necro. What the hell? Plus some buffs. Very long spell. That's it. There you go. Do you have great grandkids? I don't have any kids, so I don't have any great grandkids. Right. Yeah, when I think about it, Kevin is a... Actual Kevin's a grandfather, but then that's just a grandfather. Not great, of course. Okay, I will not try and decipher that. Right, okay. They'd have to be crazy to do that. Man, they spawn quick. Oh, you need to start by getting a webcam going. They spawn really quick and they don't have a big aggro range. Unfortunately, they do resist my spells a lot. Oh, I probably got points to train. Killing me. Just a sec. Yeah, kinda. 40, 41. And that gives me Phantasmal Death. Okay, train, cancel. Phantasmal Death, which is the red version of that. Yeah, I know. I gotta pick a secondary. He's gone now, but the guy who just joined the shield wall there followed something Chef, Jazzy Chef, was saying, yeah, servant as a secondary. Here I am training. That would give me Dex Quick. That's what he was talking about. A slight damage. Yeah, okay, those don't matter, but the Dex Quick will. Lost a taco. Gotta keep slow. Oh, that's why. Okay. Now, you. Make sure those are updated. I wasn't sure what I should do as a secondary, but I'll try servant. That's fine. Actually, even that seems like it's a noticeable improvement. Really, actually. And that life tap, Shriek of the Dead, gets resisted a lot. I guess because it's yellow right now. Yeah, what did I put mine into? Well, power. But I could see MOC instead. I can't remember why, but this guy had a few realm points. I think I must have created him at the start of, or at the end of one of the PvP events or something. Oh, sec. $186. Yeah, but when I started playing him again, he had 721 round points from somewhere. And I don't know where they came from. Uh, 30 out of 61 item bonus, and then 50 from buffs. What's the problem? That I don't have the other 30 points from items? Right, okay. Huh, okay. You can just run around one of these towers indefinitely. Having a wizard on the team is really good for quick damage, I gotta say. Yeah, actually, Necro's a really impressive class. From my limited experience of playing one spec up to level 41, that is. But it'll give me an appreciation for the class that I don't get from just reading a character generator. My pet must have some inherent taunt to their attacks too, which is nice. So 41.5 now, with 3 of those eyes. That's enough for a bubble or so. So ideally I want to get like 12 of those or something. Oh, and I suppose I could turn in my 52-51 of Soil of Albion too. I don't know what that's worth, but you'd think it would get me a bubble or something. Man, never try and do anything. Can't call it a workout. Always take it easy if you start trying to do anything with weights and stuff. And you have it for a while. Well, I'm really out of power there. You get it regardless. I mean, I've got 53, whatever, 31 Soil of Albion. Oh, if you keep it till 50, you get round points for it? Okay, I suppose. I'll take my round points when I get them. I don't know that I'm actually going to PvP with this guy even. Who knows? I mean, I suppose I should try it a little bit at least so that I get more round points. But I don't know that that's going to be the main thing I do with this guy. I think I'm going to mostly farm with him. So I can take other people out that are good for that. But I don't know. Okay. Map. I could just run over to the bridge and try it out and see what I get from it. Okay, when I get around to these next two here, I will do just that. Run up and back. Yeah, I gotta have some sort of taunt built into my pet, to be honest. Because all I have to do is start doing the attacks from his point of view with, what's it called here? Week of the Dead? No. This one, yeah. Then, he seems to get aggro and keep it. Okay, Taco, I'm going to run up and turn in my stuff. And we'll see what we get for it. I have... $55, $35. These guys aggro. Of course they are. 55, $35 Soil of Albion. That might be worth something if we can make it there without getting ganked, which is always a question. Very slow run. Can't remember, is there a hastener at the gate? There isn't, is there? There's one at the dock, but not at the gate. That's too bad. Oh, man. Oh, did something right in here. And it wasn't a lot of exercise. Just completely out of shape, I guess. As it turns out, sitting in front of a computer monitor is not actually all that much good, workout. I guess I could be sprinting. Yes. Ravenclaw Giants. They're only red. Could probably do them, right? Now, is there a stealther between here and the dock? If there isn't, I'm kind of surprised, and it doesn't look like there is, unless they're waiting at the dock. Oh no, you can't turn them in here? You can't turn them in here. We have to go to the other dock? Okay. So anything out there would do. Thank you. So that mean I can turn them in at the center dock here or only out in Hadrian's? I'll try the... Can't do Boldium, eh? Oh, only the dock at the other starter zone or way out in Hadrian's. Well, I don't expect to live through Hadrian's or Forest Sauvage. Right, yeah. Okay, well, I'll go to the one in Forest Sauvage then when I get killed at this one. I guess we could have jumped off at Boldium and teleported there and done all that, but who knows? Maybe there isn't anybody at the Hadrian's one. Yeah, right. 3 Shadow Blades and 17 Nightshades later. But on the bright side, maybe they'll go for Taco, not me. Or maybe I'll forget that spacebar isn't the friggin' disembark. I could swear it used to be spacebar. Got me hardly any, to be honest. Oh no. No, yeah, 3 billion. Okay, not 3 million or something. So from here, I guess it's up to the keep. If I make it that far. And then teleport. Yeah, but by way of the starter village because I want to turn in the phoenix eggs too. It's around the corner, isn't it? I probably went 3/4 of the way around. I should have gone. I should have gone the other way or something. Okay. Wrong map. So there to train. Well, dump off my eggs. Batavia here. Sounds vaguely rude. And that gets me closer to 42. And then we have done the tasks, haven't we? I'll be turning in like 20 to get. Oh no, many more than that to get nothing worth it. Okay, so we won't do that. Account vault. Do we have anything in there that we can use? We do not. I think I emptied all that stuff out. Pretty much. Okay. So then From here, we want to go to wherever these get turned in again, which is Camelot, right? Yeah, Halvar, right. Might as well turn those in. That'll bump me over the list, over the top. Camelot. I think it was right in the back. And there. Now we are 42. And répéter. Thought that looked like taco there for a moment. Not a lot of money from that. Okay. And teleport back to Snowdonia. Well, I should be doing that when I get stuff that drops. I should look for stuff that adds to my int or acuity. Yeah. I'm not going to go buy anything yet because honestly, it's not really worth it when I'm going to level up again. Oh, speaking of which, I should train. We're 42 even, right? So I'm at 42, so I can afford to spend these. What is that there? Okay, another pet buff of some sort. Sure, train. No, that's an AoE. PB AoE? Cool. Hey. Must have a summon pet. Right, sure. Well, I gotta do that anyway. Develop the servant here? No, that's a Dex quick buff, sorry. Those around. And then this is a yeah, I did the Dex and quick. I don't know if that affects the Necro or not. It does. Okay, good. Oh man, I keep having to hit that and thinking I have to hit that and it doesn't. Well, it's showing. Oh, it takes it away when you port. That is really fucking stupid. Okay, well. Oh, there's another buff. Okay, pet. buff. Oh, this is... That's why. It didn't update them. So... It hasn't been updating all of these. Okay, good. It did do that. Wow, I gotta go over all these. See what I'm missing. Yeah. Okay, that's a damage shield. Yeah. Not a lot of damage, but that's okay. It'll add up. Nothing spec there. Yeah, I should be okay there. Buffs. But I'll have to go over the character generator and do all that. Level 4. Okay. I don't see anything there. Blades of Wrath is my damage. And that can be cast on him. But it's grayed out, so it's probably so low level it doesn't do anything. Called Reaping Shield. 3.7 spirit damage to enemies that hit you. Oh, it could be. I'll look at each of the spell lines in the character generator at some point soon. Make sure I'm using the ones that I want. We just still have Taco here. Just off doing taco things, presumably. Level 38. Congrats on 38 there, Taco. Now the amount of damage I do is affected by acuity too, isn't it? Like acuity isn't just chance to hit, it also affects the amount of damage, or is it just chance to hit? Okay. No? Damage and chance to hit. Okay, yeah. Oh, there's Taco. Okay. Sure. Actually, I'll do that too. I'll be AFK for a sec here and go heat up some coffee. Okay. A little of the Ushka Bay. Not much. And we are off. We are off. We are off. I'm gonna have to buy more of that. Okay. Those ought to help a bit. Let's go widow shits. spend tomorrow working out a template for this guy so that I know what I'm aiming for. Because having a template of some sort would probably be better for farming too, I would think. Okay, no problem, Crispy. Thanks. Thanks for your help. You've been immensely helpful in speeding up doing this. And we'll see you next time. I don't know what time zone you're in, but it's only 10 here. Wow, you do big damage. Ah, okay. Oh, cool. Well, we'll see you next time when you're available. Go get some sleep, and thank you very much. Every time I pull, you're still here. You don't want to stop, do you? There, we are talkless. Good. Thank you very much. Thanks for dropping by the channel. But go get some sleep. Really don't know why I didn't discover Necro years ago when they came out. Why didn't I try them? I'm feeling very dumb, to be honest. Very dumb. Well, they don't hit or don't hurt badly there. They're probably better than what I have. 27 versus, well, 22.5 versus 25. Slightly better. We'll wear those. I think that's the one that didn't do me any particular good over anything else. What about the ring? Spirit, 10%. Yeah, not so much. wasn't the fact that I don't really want to level up spellcrafting or do much more armor stuff. I'd be tempted to actually craft level 45 armor for this guy. Rather than using the ROG stuff, but I don't think it would be cost effective. Low on power. Drop one of those and sit for a moment. Drink. So did you run with your group tonight, PNA? And if so, which realm? Just out of curiosity. Ah. Critted there. Big job. Right. That's too bad. Unless you needed a break. Because you were out with them multiple times a week, right? Got to get a bit grindy too, you'd think. I would anyway. But then I'm doing this 3 times a week and I'm finding it a little grindy sometimes. Right. Stuff I could salvage. About it. That's all she wrote. Even for a necro, the leveling does feel like it slows down completely the moment you hit 40. Yeah, I was wondering about that. MMO populations normally drop when the weather gets better. So, I mean, it used to be that there was lots of people on in whatever game I was playing in the winter, and then when the summer came along, it died. And then it picked up again in the fall. So I could see that happening again. Set, let the buffs fade. Wow. I remember that as warm. I don't remember what that translates to in Celsius. I think 70 was about as warm as I like it to get. Matter of fact, I probably bake at 70. I could never live in Southern California. I'm sure it's lovely, but the temperatures would kill me. Although I'm better than I used to be. Yeah. Okay, that's hot. Here in Victoria, it probably doesn't get much above 26 most of the time. Out in Ontario in the summer, on the military base I was at, it would get up to like 30 with 90% humidity and just stay that way for 2 weeks. Horrid. Well, there's a thought. So that one has to be cast by the Necro, which is weird. Huh. I'm gonna have to look at the spell lines for servant to see what it looks like. Yeah, I know, I keep forgetting it. Yeah, it's a substantial armor factor drop too. have much of an aggro range. It's hilarious. And I have no power. Sit. It is a losing proposition right now. I don't power tap for enough to keep it going indefinitely. They get so many resists on oranges and stuff that it just slowly shrinks down. And when I put points into Serenity, I guess it is, it wasn't as bad, so I could consider that again, even though I've switched them around to be something else right now. It wasn't a bad choice from the leveling point of view. Oh, I also have buffs up. Yeah, for when I am done a fight. Oh, does it? 30 seconds. Okay. I'm sure. Except I'm only going to 20 in that, so it won't be that high. No. I don't know if that worked or not. It did. I figured I was, yeah. I like the way it works. I mean, I'll try the other specs too. See what they're like at some point. Resist it again. Okay, let's see. What kind are those, by the way? Green, who cares? Now, on to the next one. This feels very slow going. I've almost got a second bubble at 42. Okay. No, I don't care about AF debuff. I keep forgetting to cast it, in fact. Oh, I'm out of power. That doesn't actually do bad damage. Yeah, no, my focus would be on the highest of the useful life taps. Like I use this Shriek of the Dead a lot. I'd want the red one of those. I use the Spirit Vacuum a lot. I'd want the red one of those. I don't think I use this thing very much. That's a slow and I should be using it. As a matter of fact, I'll try that next. Oh, well, I'll get my power up first. I'll try that next fight. If I opened with the slow, I could get more power taps in, probably. Oh, it doesn't hold them. Yeah. Yep. I mean, it landed there, but it's not a slow that isn't broken. It gets broken, so it's not that useful most of the time. Suppose it'd be useful if I was running away from something. That'd be about it. Yes, I have it right here. Level 4, Develop the Servant. Dex and Quickness increased by 16. He's got it. Necro. My servant, that is. Baseline what? Theft of energy. Theft of energy. Ah.
Malkin is now hosting my stream with 4 viewers.
Oh, thank you very much, Malcon. Thank you. Malcon is raiding with a party of 3, and I only showed 3 viewers, so it's going to take them a second to catch up. Unless they all leave, which is always possible. That helps a bit. I'll recast all those just to be sure. Yeah, it's so slow. It could be useful, but Might of the Dead we got up there. Dead Flesh Living we have up there. My pet's fine. Regenerate body. You regenerate. As opposed. That's the same one, right? Yeah, nothing changed there. And down here, I have the level 6 Channel Anger and the Develop the Servant. And the rest of them are too low to probably do anything. Oh, Bringer of the Grave, Dex, and... Right, okay, I see. And that is melee absorption. I'm not going to even worry about that. Yes, I should have debuffed him, but I'm just going to go drop a fire, sit on it, and salvage some of this crap. That adds to acuity. We'll keep those. That only added a little bit. We will salvage that. Salvage that. Salvage that. Doesn't add to acuity. We will salvage that. Acuity 32 points. We'll use that. Salvage that. No. Acuity 13. We'll wear that. Now what's my acuity at? 63 of 63 item bonus. I'm actually 8 over cap. That should help. Right, but did it add more than whatever I had before? And in fact it did. Oh, buffs are down again. Not a fair measure. Okay, that's letting me get... Feels like that's letting me get a third spell off. That may have just been how far away I was, mind you. And the damage is up a bit, maybe. Hard to tell. nothing new. How many of these things have we got? 15. And 2.5 bubbles. So yeah, okay, it's slowly getting some. Real slow though. Huh. Oh, because it's yellow. How many Phoenix eggs have we got now? Another 2,500 or so. That's not bad. Yeah. That's weird to see. I'm getting a XP bonus for Al being underpopulated. That seems unlikely. It is grindy, yes. It's very grindy. Yes. It's less grindy than some other things. What am I doing? I'm doing server in... Not that spelling, I'm not. Albion has 113, Midgard has 118, Hibernia has 101. Not a lot of people on. And Necromancer is the most popular class, so everybody's out farming is what's happened. 23 people. Which is probably a direct result of people getting 50s at the PvP event. And now they want to template them before they go any further. So they immediately switch, a chunk of them switch They're adding another instance. Okay. Oh, we got 2 of these now. This should be awesome. What level is that instance? Like, how's that going to work? Do you know? Is it going to be a little mini battleground? 50. Okay. No, those are good enough. And I don't know either of those to... Okay. I don't know anything about DSHOH. Is that the thing that you access from the frontiers? Camelot. Okay. Nope. Don't think I've ever been there. I've certainly heard people talking about Darkspire, but I don't know anything about it. So is it another PvE dungeon with PvP side combat? Sort of like another Darkness Falls? Only it's an instant landscape, not a... Oh, just PvE. Okay. Oh, bizarre. No, I'm not sure I like that idea. I mean, I'm sure it'll go over well with people that played WoW who like the controlled dungeons and stuff like that. Okay, well, yeah, maybe I'll want that then. One more bloody Cyclops eye. And I will go turn them in. Yes, this is very grindy, I have to admit. And going out for farming is going to be the same way. If nothing else, maybe that'll put a limit on how many characters I level. Yeah. Yeah, I thought it was supposed to be sort of 6 of one, half dozen of the other, whether or not you did a necro or a cabbie. Never liked cabbie. I've tried cabbie a couple of times. I mean, this is just grind straight through the mobs and not stop, and your cabbie is going to be AoE dotting things and running around kiting a lot, right? I'd rather stand and fight than kite. Yeah, maybe. It's a matter of what people like. I mean, I can see how it would be interesting to be fighting 30 mobs at once and, you know, run around and they all die off, and then you go do it again and you run around some more, and it requires some coordination and turning and knowing when to redot and stuff like that. I got that. And I'm sort of electing for the mindless push button approach to killing mobs one at a time. Yeah, well, my eyes are bigger than my pocketbook. So I'm trying to rectify that by doing this, right? It's not exciting gameplay, but it sure shows you how effective Necromancer can be if you pick Death Sight. I have my lovely left-handed controller, and it has basically 3 buttons on it. That, and that. And we'll drop another one of these. That's it. But I can basically go for very long periods of time. I've got my 20 Cyclops eyes. I'll get the power back up and then run back and turn all these in. Oh, I got 4923 Soil of Albion too. I could do that. Yeah, I know, and I probably like Animus too, although it looks like it's an awful lot of upkeep. I'll just run back. It looks like an Animus spends an awful lot of time just recasting the same damn mushroom in big stacks of them. Now, maybe that's just when they're trying to be effective for PvP. POC, that's the thing I was trying to think of. Yep, no, these are good. These are good until 46, and they're still yellow and orange to me, so they're not like crap. Right. They're not crap experience. It's fine. I suppose I could be going and finding a red that drops. I could probably handle reds. Finding a red that drops something and go with that. But its experience range is not going to be. I'm going to be building them up and not able to turn them in. So 6 of one, half dozen of the other. Okay. To Camelot. Oh. Okay, and off to see the Hastener. It's funny when you get a class that feels like it's really solid, like it can take a lot and survive a lot and not die quickly and stuff like that. It's kind of post. It's kind of neat, and this definitely feels that way. Okay. We want to give him these. Boom. That gets me 42 and a half. And the next batch gets me close to 43. And then we go to a trainer. Which will basically mean the starter village. Frontier village. And I can turn in my eggs. They'll probably give me another bubble. Teleporter. Frontier, please. Tavia, my dear. I have some crap for you. That got me most of a bubble, but not all of a bubble. So now it's Soil of Albion time, for which I want to go. Oh, I am showing there. I'm just hidden by a dot. Directly west. So where is the... Oh, I've got that. Okay, so the other west. That west. Through the gate and across the river. Oh, maybe I want to be a necro first, just in case. Long pause. Even longer than expected. Okay, back to sprinting. Yeah, so if that's enough Soil of Albion to get me a bubble and a like 1.1 bubbles, then I'll get it to 43 too. Otherwise, I'll just be real close. And I might actually not broadcast for too much longer. I don't know. I didn't sleep well last night. So it did. Bizarre. Sorry. That one was there. Okay. Kind of strange, actually. when I sit down here, I sit, you know, it's comfortable. It's an old chair, creaks like hell, but it's comfortable. And then as I play, I slowly slide lower and lower and lower. And then I realize I'm sitting in this weird cramped position where my back isn't comfortable. And then I straighten up and the whole process starts again. Yeah. Here. Need to get new chairs, what I need to do. But, you know, not the time. Yeah, I made it there without getting ganked. That's kind of amazing. Yeah, one tiny amount to go. Go figure. And nothing else to be turned in, I don't think. No, just crap to be sold. Oh! One more Cyclops eye. I missed it. Back to Camelot. That might be enough to do 43. Yeah, it's hard to say whether or not I'm going to want to play this guy in PvP too. Necro should be able to solo okay, eh? If templated and everything. Print, that's what I'm missing. Yeah, I could see that he'd probably solo okay. Maybe I will have to take him out in the frontier once I figure out a template. Right. Push button soloing too. The one thing I noticed on that event was how quickly everything else died and they didn't. People just left the Necro for last. Are you giving me that to test or? Okay. That's strange but good. And what is that? Oh, it's the mix you told me about, right? My wife has some odd drink that she just came across. It actually tastes pretty good. Unfortunately, she's walked off with it. Camelot for the one bloody Cyclops eye. Glad I didn't sell when I was in Camelot, because I would have sold that one off. There we go, 43. Wrong way. The big city is so confusing. Post. Post. Can't sell the soil of Albion. Hey, with luck. Yep, that put me over 4 plat. That means I've gone up 2 plat in the, basically 2 plat in the 2 sessions that I've done with the Necro here. So that's kind of a victory. So the Necro at 50 is going to be wearing this sort of stuff, right? Yeah. Okay. That's really quite interesting. Okay, so I would need a whack load of feathers to get all this stuff here. And when I look at it, that one you can probably craft pretty easily. It's just the robe that you're going to need because it has, oh no, even that could be crafted. Right. Okay. Yes, but I don't need feather items specifically. No. Um, I can see that. I just thought I'd take a look. Right. So I buy the robe to get the proc and then craft the rest of the items for the armor and get the stuff put on them that I want on it. Just like I've been doing, basically. Okay. Train. Oh, you're saying the healing proc is why most people get the chest for other people, but for the necro it doesn't matter. Sure. Yeah, because it's all in the health of the pet. We can go to 43 and get nothing and have 23 remaining and get a better of each of these. Oh, that's a different one. Is it? No, it isn't. Okay. So that's these here. That gets replaced. And that in its silliness gets replaced. Hello, gorgeous Grant. Which is very funny because, oh, anyway, not laughing at you. It's the fact that Grant is there. There is a decent player base on Phoenix server, which is where I'm playing. Phoenix is a free shard, as opposed to the live one from Broadsword. So if you go to play Phoenix.online, you can download the client from Dark Age of Camelot, and then the client loader from Play Phoenix into the same folder, and go and sign up on the forums and do all the instructions that they've got there, and then you start the Play Phoenix client, and it will patch for Phoenix based off the client that comes from live, and it is helps if you're typing in the right spot. It's not prime time right now, being 11 o'clock PST, so the population would be low right now, and currently there are 336 players right now. 123 on Albion, 113 Midgard, 100 Hibernians, and then these are the class breakdowns. And they give you all that stuff there. Phoenix also has a whole pile of quality of life improvements. Ways to level up a lot faster. It doesn't have most of the PvE quests if you were into the PvE side of things, but it has a pretty good and organized RVR going on. Like there's a fair number of people doing it. If I do /U, there are, and remember, this is not prime time, 48 albs on 53 mids and 52 hibs on the frontier currently. 10 alb stealthers, 18 mid stealthers, 16 hib stealthers, 44 total for stealthers. Right. Yeah, that's why this game has survived for 20 years. Well, Phoenix is a free version of that. It's RVR as of patch 1.65 with a pile of quality of life improvements. So there's no Trials of Atlantis here, no leveling up of artifacts and all that stuff, or MLs, no Catacombs, no Labyrinth. There is Darkness Falls. Correct me if I'm wrong on any of these, PNA. And then we're missing some classes. There's no vampires. There's no heretics. What's the other one we're missing? There's some others in there that we're missing. So the client still comes from live. So when you go on there, it'll say, "Oh yeah, you can make a Lurikine Valkyrie," or Valkyrie's missing. You can make a Lurikine Vampire, no problem. And then it won't do anything because you can't have one on this server. But they can't change the client. So there is a few oddities like that. But other than that, it's fantastic. Yeah. Like I leveled from level 39 to 43 in the past 3 hours solo on a necro, mind you, but so it's not dirt slow like it was live. Oh yeah. This is the best PvP game ever. Yeah, it's sort of the DAOC I remember as the high point of DAOC, although I kind of stopped playing when New Frontiers came out, so I don't really know New Frontiers very well. Also there's limitations here for New Frontiers. You can't do all the siege stuff. There's no towers dropping and stuff like that. They originally had it set up with Old Frontiers on Phoenix, and they switched to New Frontiers, and I came here like 4 months ago after that, so I never got to play on Old Frontiers here, which I would have liked. But no, there's a good population going. Lots of quality of life improvements. We can do account, balance, current, and it will no. Right, did it wrong. / account balance, all one word, followed by current. And it will show that I have 4 plat, 78 gold on Albion. I'm broke almost. 502 gold on Midgard and 244 gold on Hibernia. And you can ship the money back and forth. So you can put in a request. I can put in a request now to do a trade order and send 2 plat from Albion to Hib. And when somebody on Hib has sent in one to go from 2 plat from Hibernia to Albion, then the money will switch. Also, any money you have on your character is across all your characters, of course, but also the crafts. So if you level up on one character in a crafting thing, like I got enough to do salvage there. So where am I looking here? I have 785 cloth working. Well, I will have 785 cloth working on all my Alp characters, accessible from any one of them. Doesn't matter which one you craft on, it's good for all of them. So if you get an LGM in something and you want to go do some spell crafting or something like that, you don't have to log off and switch to your other character to do it, which is handy. I haven't really looked at the crafting much. PNA's done a lot of it. What else is different? Oh, there's huge little things like that, tons of them. When you go out and you level solo, you get Phoenix eggs. Oh, well, thank you.
Gorgeous Grunt 69 is now a follower.
You get Phoenix eggs. You can turn Phoenix eggs into the trainer, and you get an EXP bonus for that. Oh, they have master trainers, so you can go to just one trainer and train any of the classes. When you're on the frontier, you also get, where have I got them here? In Albion, you get Soil of Albion. In Midgard, you get Snows of Midgard. And in Hibernia, you get Branches of Hibernia. It doesn't matter which one you're at. You get that stuff. And you can turn that in, too, to get experience, too. Hello, Shiloh. Yes, templates are much easier to make. It relies on raw gear, and there's lots of raw gear that drops all the time. Periodically, they have a PvP event where you create a level 1 character, you do nothing with them, you jump into that event, and you basically can PvP your way to level 50. I created a minstrel in the last one. I've also, in previous ones, created a ranger, a savage, a scald, and a champion. No, I didn't do the ranger that way. The champion and the others I did, I think. Maybe the champion I only did part of it. Oh, and I did part of a shadow blade and an infiltrator. I have too many 50s. Oh, absolutely. You must come back. You must. You got to give it a try and see what you think. If you liked the game before, you're going to probably find the game the way you wanted it to be here on Phoenix. I can't speak to live. I've got tons of characters on live that I haven't gone to visit because when I went to live, I discovered that I hadn't done enough PvPing because I took, 14, 15 years off from the game. And my characters weren't high realm rank. And there's just a ton of people out there that have been playing for the entire bloody 20 years. So they're all realm rank 12, and I'm wandering around on a realm rank 4 trying to get to realm rank 5, and I just die in every fight, right? It's difficult. And there aren't that many people, so there wasn't that much of a Zerg. I went and streamed there when I started streaming DAOC, and people kept showing up in chat saying you got to go to Phoenix. So I went to Phoenix, and that was the best move ever. So yeah, you absolutely should come here. And thank you for the follow there, by the way. I really appreciate that. Have some applause. What else is there? Oh yeah, there's this stuff called feathers. You can't trade it, but it lets you buy the really high-end items, like the stuff from Kercidi and some Shrouded Isles items and stuff like that. And what happens is you go on raids and stuff like that, and you get feathers as a reward, and you can use those feathers to buy those items, or you can wait until you have 20k feathers and somebody wants to buy the top end vest for their level 50. They'll say that they want to buy it, and what they really mean is they want to pay you 4 plat. Well, you buy it and give it to them, and they give you the plat, because you can't trade feathers back and forth except between your characters. So there's that thing happening too. And otherwise, you can do like I'm doing here and go grind the money and then buy the feathers off other people who go do the raids. It's another quality of life thing. There's been fairly steadily scheduled raids on Hibernia and Albion. I don't know about Midgard. PNA, have you noticed people doing raids in Midgard? Much? Probably the dragon. And hello, Mallow. How you doing? How are you liking Shadowblade? Using my emote. Thank you. Good. Good. I am level 43. SB is awesome. Oh, good. Glad to hear it. Really glad, since you're going to be there for a long time. Mallow got his infiltrator to realm rank 11 and had announced he was going to retire that character more or less at realm rank 11 and switch to another one. So now he's shadowblading. Are you up to realm rank 4 yet? Or 5? Or have you gone all the way to 7? No? Okay. 30%. That's still all right. That's still very all right, actually. Yeah, so gorgeous. You should check out Mallow, too. Only thing is that Mallow insists on broadcasting in German time, which is, you know, just like really stupidly in the early in the morning my time, or really late at night. Something to do with living in a different time zone. I don't know. What, Camelot Unchained? Yeah, I know. That's Mark Jacobs. Mark Jacobs? Yeah, from Mythic. Snowdonia. Oh, I don't know what I did to myself. Right, you don't actually have to click that. See, I remember before they added these, you'd just run up to the gate and click on it and it would open. And that meant that people would storm the frontier keeps en masse in the hopes of getting somebody through, and occasionally they did it, which was hilarious. Oh, I guess I want to be a necro. Pretty sure I remember the Alps getting somebody through Sfacid Fast on Percival. Before they added all the rune masters and everything else that you have now, they just had a few, not tons. Oh yeah. Buff, 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 buff. Yeah, I'll go for a little longer. Oh wow, there's 12 of you out there now. Oh, and a few people I haven't seen before, and a few people that are back that I have seen before. Hello, folks. Thanks for coming by. Thanks for coming back. I appreciate it. I participated in RVR just by hunting out on the frontiers. I didn't get killed by anybody. That's really funny. Your efforts in the realm war haven't gone unnoticed. You get 2 realm points. Wow. Oh, turning in the soil. Okay. Right, gotcha. Oh yeah, yeah. What am I at now? Somewhere on this. 1L7. I am 1L7, yes. No, what happened was it gave me 2 bits of that. It said, oh, come on, the fight wasn't that long. 739 realm points, then 14 bounty points, then a pile of other crap, then 2 realm points. So I actually got 741 realm points. So I'm 1L7. Now I've decided I have to level this Necro up and get him templated. Because I'm going to go hunt Malonia. Mallow TV's new Shadow Blade. I have no idea how a Shadow Blade does against a Necro, or how a Necro does against a Stealther. It's probably pretty pathetic. Is it? Okay. Well, then I'll be safe for quite a while. I shouldn't lose track of the fact that really what I wanted was a farmer. Okay. Yeah, I sure did. I was very impressed with the Necro in that event that was in my group from like 40, off and on, from 45 to 49, I think. And then a different one that was in my group for a bit at 49 to 50. The whole group would get wiped and the Necro would still be there. Right? And it would take a long time before the Necro went down. Yeah, that just means they're likely to get nerfed at some point, doesn't it? And I will be able to join in the screaming and wailing and gnashing of teeth. Oh, crit. Actually, it says a lot of Savage feels weak doing it because, I mean, the general sense I got from my little bit of savaging there was that Savage makes you feel really strong all the time as far as damage is concerned. Got resisted. Okay, well, I'll have to give it a shot and try, see what I think. I can't literally roll, well, I can literally roll an example of every class to 50, but I don't think that's going to happen. I think at some point I'm going to run out of things I want to try. But I think the biggest difference is also going to be that I won't be able to afford the templates and things. So that ought to slow me down. Such a strange class, really. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's better than what I'm wearing. How many eyes we got now? 3. Oh, he finally aggroed me. Originally, I was saying I would level up a Necro so I could make the money to template the Minstrel. But maybe I will level up a Necro so I can template the Necro. Because it's going to be a long amount of grinding and everything else to get enough money to template that Minstrel, I think. Although it should be fun to play. I think she's going to be hard enough to learn how to play properly without having the disadvantage of not being templated too. Multiple spells on the quick cast is really handy. What have we got now? Anything? No. And 4 of those eyes. If I go check wherever the hell it is here, that's capped. Dex is not. The resists are better than, they're crap, but they're better than some of the resists on some of the characters I leveled up with, I'll tell you. We can go clockwise now. DAOC. I might have to switch to those basilisks tomorrow. If they're higher level than this, anyway. Okay, I am going to stop soon. I'm going to fight a few more of these, and then I'm going to go run back to Snowdonia and call it... Actually, I'll just camp here. What the hell? Because I've been at it for 4 hours, and that's enough grind when I have to get up tomorrow morning. Yeah, Thursday. Eventually I'll be done leveling this thing. But the characters I want to play are either this one or the mini. And, I mean, I haven't abandoned any of the others. But the ones that I've had lately have been the mini or this guy. And the mini, I need the template. And this guy I need to level so I can get the money to give the mini the template, or to give him a template and then the mini a template, and yeah. So I will go back, of course, to my other characters, including my Savage, I will note. Yeah, these two guys here, and then I'll go to the far side and camp. And now I have 10 of you. Hello, folks. Didn't have that many people for quite a while there. And of course, you always get more and more people the longer along you go. Could probably explain why my friend Bosk was on here earlier and saying he streamed for 9 hours. I'll try that eventually, but I can't see it right now. Still, at this rate, it shouldn't take all that long to get to 45 at least. It's hard to stop once you get in the habit of running around these things. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to call that done for tonight. Thank you very much, and we will see you next time, I hope. And eventually it'll go back to PvPing, which is much more interesting than watching somebody run around leveling a Necro, I know. But I kind of have this progress all the way along of what I want to do for each of the characters, and this is the stage to do this. So it'll change up again at some point. Anyway, thanks for coming by. Thanks for dropping in and being an audience. I really appreciate all you folks, and I will see you on, what is it today? Tuesday. I'll see you on Thursday. Probably doing more of this, I know. Probably 2 more sessions to get him up to 50 and templated or something. But we'll see you then, hopefully. Have a good night.